Good afternoon, fellow YouTubers. Gothic King Cuck Incel Mongrel Cobra back at it again with another video. And this incel is drinking a Bud Light Bold Mango Seltzer. But it ain't one of those little bitch ass cans. No, it's the big can, damn it. Now here's the best part of it. If you're gonna call me a pussy for drinking this on stream, you know what I'm gonna say? I likes getting of age pussy with consent. We are live on Streamlabs. We got a Bud Light Seltzer Mango. These are 5%. We'll give it a plug. It's a Friday, you crazy fuckers. Yes. Now, we can definitely finish watching the debates on stream like I promised I'd do last night. However, last night it was like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I was falling asleep on stream. I'm like, no, we will continue this discussion tomorrow. It's Friday, so crack one open, you crazy bastards. We got a Bud Light Mango Seltzer. One of Bud Light's newest products for 21 and up. Not a sponsor. That is tasty, tubes. Yep. We're going to leave talk to text off for a couple streams just because I think the trolls need to be grounded from their toy. Yep. But we're not here to talk about those losers. Nope, I'm here to entertain you cool cobras. We're going to finish watching the presidential debates. And I did not mean to fall asleep last night on stream while watching it. It was just late and I missed it, so I tried to stay up to watch the whole thing. I'm like, nope, we'll watch it later. So at this point, when you watch the whole debate, it's just like both sides want the same thing, a vaccine. You know, and it's gonna happen. So mote it be in the goddamn wishes circle. I will drink to that. There will be a cure for this fucking pandemic. You wait and see. They found a cure for yellow fever, so eventually they'll find a cure for the coronavirus. It's only a matter of time.
Canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered.
And here's the kicker of it. I bet you when Trump got the COVID, I bet the Democrats that loathed him were just doing a tap dance, doing a little Irish jig. I bet you they were. They would, you know what I'm saying? Ugh. Look, I don't care who you vote for. Just go out and vote. Okay, November 4th is around the corner, dudes and dudettes. If you're old enough to vote, exercise that right, because not very many countries have that right. Now here's the kicker of it. If you loathed him and you were happy that he got it, what's that say about you, as a person? Because you gotta ask yourself, what if it was someone you cared about? Can we forget about your loathing of politics and the other side for a second and think, hey, this is an issue here. And if it happened to a candidate you liked, what if Joe Biden had contracted it? I'm sure it would have been the same hideous, ugly response from the Republican side of things. You can't let people's extreme followers ruin your view of them. That's just the best way to look at it, YouTube, and I speak from experience. You cannot let the extremist assholes that follow you ruin, you know what I'm saying? If you see a celebrity and they have these extremist assholes that follow them, don't let those assholes ruin your opinion of that person. Welcome back to another Streamlabs. It's a cool Friday night. As promised, I would finish watching the debate. And if you watched snippets of it, yeah. I don't quite remember what point I was at. I might have run a little bit further than this, but we'll rewind it just a little bit and kind of recap. What I noticed after watching it, though, is both candidates were a lot calmer. They weren't trying to interrupt each other as much. They were very patient, and they were a lot more civilized with the debate, which was nice. So kudos to that. Although at one point when I was watching the debate, someone in the audience literally shouted, "Hail King Cobra," and I was like, what? That kind of took me for a little tailspin there, YouTube. I was like, well then. Somebody's making an influence. Yep, I had a shave, cleaned up a bit. I was looking a little scraggly. I'm definitely keeping the goatee. I'm liking that. Which is best made soft by God of War Pheromone Beard Oil, and with coupon code King Cobra, you can get 15% off your next order. And while you're at it, pick up a bar of tactical soap to go with it and have you smelling good for your lady friends. Alright. And, if Democrats want to give Trump shit for not wearing a mask, look at Joe Biden in this debate. He's not wearing one either. So there's that issue too, and like it matters, to some extent it does, and to some extent it really doesn't. He took it off so he could be heard better. That's just how it is. But something I noticed last night while watching the debate, Joe Biden was literally giving Trump shit for playing golf. And the Democrats, they lost their shit when Republicans attacked Obama for wearing some time off on the golf course. Like, really, dude? Like, the utter hypocrisy of it's enough to make your head spin. Oh, I forgot, we're not supposed to fact check Democrats. I'm not telling anyone who I'm voting for. That's honestly none of your business. But I will go out and vote because it's my American right. And I'll drink to that, America. I saw a pickup truck proudly flying Old Glory. And it just gave my American pride a boner, I tell you what. Yes, sir. That's a common thing in Wyoming. Yes, sir. You get your truck, get Old Glory flying loud and proud. New rumbling down the street, it's just billowing in the wind. Yes. But thank you for tuning in to watch me on my Streamlabs. I appreciate it. Here to entertain you cool Cobras. Like I said in the last stream, we will finish watching this. Let the microphone charge up and we'll do an Ozzy Osbourne vocal cover. Most definitely what's up. Ozzy's not the only one who's had to cancel shows. Unfortunately, Marilyn Manson also talked about how quarantine sucks. And I'm like, yep, it can if you let it suck. and we can make the best of it, you know. If I'm stuck inside most of the time, I'll sit here and craft my magic wands. Speaking of which, while I was out and about running and getting some potion, I collected 3 more wand sticks to turn into. Oh, and I only need 2 for the batch. I can save that last one for the next one to complete it off, honestly. The purple wand is drying as we speak. Yes, sir. I shall paint the next wand black with orange tips. I think that'll look cool. Going for like Halloween themed wands. Bud Light Seltzer Mango, 5%. Yummy. But yeah, Gothic King, Cucklord, Incel Cobra, back at it with another video, right? Because people literally treat me like I'm stupid, but I make an effort to stay informed about things like presidential debates. Watch them, regardless of who you support, watch them. And apparently a lot of people out there who are going, because people are sick of politics, you know, it's just how you debate it, I guess, if that makes any sense. We also got a little something else to review on YouTube. Dun 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 dun. What is that? Not your father's root beer. Oh snap. The case of this will run you about $11 at the store, but it's worth every penny. Happy Friday, YouTube.
99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation. And
I agree with Trump in that sense. We do need to open up our businesses and our schools and get everything working like it should be working, but we can also do it safely. If we have to mandate wearing masks, so be it in certain areas. Excessive hand washing, hand sanitizer everywhere, so be it. You know, it's really not worth the risk, you know.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID.
Now, I'm not telling you who to vote for, but this is where a lot of people were turned off by Joe Biden as far as a vote goes. YouTube, as far as a vote goes, like I said in last night's stream, Joe Biden was a little showboaty when he beat Bernie Sanders, calling him a socialist and all this other bullshit, and it's just like, Okay, I support Bernie Sanders. If it would have been Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump, no, that would have been an interesting fight. A lot of people are saying, well, if you support Bernie Sanders, you should vote for Joe Biden. Yes, but my counter argument to that is you should vote for whoever you think is going to do a good job. Don't let someone else tell you who to vote for. The important thing is you go out and vote. collected a couple more sticks to turn into wands for the next batch, for my Halloween batch, if you will. And I collected some potion for a little Friday night fun. Hope y'all are out there enjoying the stream, staying safe in the quarantine. Yep. Yep.
19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though. You
Can I
have
respond to that?
30 seconds, please,
For
and then
30
I have a
seconds.
question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it.
Live, die, we're all gonna die eventually. Might as well make the best of it, dude. You know how many times I get, like, I'll be walking down the street, I could be walking to the store, I light up a cigarette while I'm walking to the goddamn store, and some stranger just comes up to me and says, "Oh, that's so bad for you." And I'm like, really? I don't give a shit. Mind your business. Not minding your business is bad for you. I don't tell these fuckheads how to live their fucking life. As it turns out, I've only got like 2 of these bastards left. So I went and got another pack because I'm almost out. Fresh pack of Marlboro Gold Label. They got the 100s too. Yes. It's Marlboro's new blend. I'm digging it. Excuse me.
Folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning.
I mean, COVID-19's no more deadly than eating too much fast food or smoking too many cigarettes or drinking too much, or, you know, this idea that, oh, ever since the pandemic started, people's alcohol addiction's gone up, and it's just like, yeah, whatever. Because this right here is honestly enough for me. Like, if I get to like 2 or 3 of those root beers, I'm gonna be feeling just fine. You know, I don't have to fucking sit here and get ridiculously trashed on camera for your sick entertainment. That's fun every once in a while, but for the most part, you know, yeah. I got some fresh wand wood, so we'll definitely get a batch out before Halloween. That's the guarantee. Halloween's my favorite holiday, I'm not gonna lie. Although I will say this, I dig Joe Biden's. I dig Joe Biden's taste in shotguns. I'm a Huckleberry. But thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Just sitting here chilling like rockstar villains.
That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on.
Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Some people might say that Joe Biden's being a little cynical. Some people might say that he's on point with it. I guess it depends on how you focus on it. The truth is, yes, this is a serious issue. And I consider myself very grateful that Cobra Craft Handmade Wands hasn't suffered as a result. And I continue to appreciate what my fans do for me and supporting me in the wands. Cheers to that. Speaking of Halloween themed wands, we have a pumpkin parlor wand that I made as the orange, one of the orange ones. It looks nice. And they start off looking like this, basically. They start off looking like this, and then they end up looking like this. Shiny, put together, ready to go. Sure, carving them out of real sticks takes longer, but that's the traditional way of making a wand. Ancient witches and wizards would carve their wands out of sticks they found laying around. However, ancient witches didn't have the convenience of things like a drill, clear drying Gorilla Glue, etc. So they worked with what they had. They would carve a stick with like a knife or a sharp stone. If they wanted to put a crystal in it and they found it, they literally had to bore the hole out for the crystal. And they would use things like mud and sap to act as a glue, so to speak. And then they would take like leather and wrap it around and tie it to make your crystal wands. That's how the ancient witches and wizards did it. They didn't have clear drying Gorilla Glue, which, oh yeah, it definitely makes for nice wands. It makes the wands a lot more solid too. Yeah. The next wand going into the batch is the purple wand. It's almost done drying. Yes, sir. The copper handles look nice in my opinion. It's a bit more expensive to produce. That's why they wands like that, the smaller ones like that cost $34, where standard leather ones would just cost $24, which considering that a roll of leather is like $10. You gotta factor in the cost of your supplies when making the wands. How much does it cost to ship? How much does it cost to produce? How much are the supplies? My last batch of wands, I had a summer blowout sale on Cobra Craft Handmade Wands and sold a couple staffs and undercharged for them and ended up losing some money. So, yeah. That can happen when you're making your own business happen, but that's alright. I like making wands. It's therapeutic. The finished product looks amazing. Yep. Also, if you're going out on Halloween night and having a drink, be responsible. Don't go past your limit unless you're in a safe environment. That's all I'm saying. And once you're past your limit, you know what I'm saying? Don't go anywhere. Just chill out, man. Oh my god, Lord Incel King Cobra drinking a Bud Light Mango Seltzer. Uh, yep. Bud Light Mango Seltzer, that is delicious. So you can talk all the shit you want. This is actually not half bad. You mix this with some of that, you literally mix this with some of that Monster Mango that they created right around Halloween. You know the one I'm talking about with the skull on the can? You mix this with that Monster Mango. Dude, call it a Mango Cobra, that's what's up. I would totally do that too, but yeah. That's how my creative mind works. I drink it, and I'm like, you know, what would go good with this? Ah. So, we're sitting here, like I said last night, when I said I was going to finish the presidential debate on YouTube. This is part 2. Grab ourselves some beers, sit down.
We're dying with it because he has never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me,
very quickly.
I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not.
And that's where I disagree with the whole, it's the China virus. Oh, jeez. This is going to sound anti-American or controversial, but how would you feel if the coronavirus started in America and everyone else around the world started calling it the American virus? You'd be offended, wouldn't you? No, it's not China's fault that the pandemic started. It's just, you know what I'm saying? There's certain people that probably tried to start it, but the area they picked is just strictly coincidental. Shut up, Josh. Fucking communist bastards. Shut up, Josh.
Not Joe's fault that he came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't.
Here's the thing of it, though. If it started in China and a couple of American citizens are sitting there in China vacationing right when it starts, they have no idea. They're just having a vacation. I get that. People around the world love to vacate to other places and check them out. It's just human nature. You get to see other cultures, experience things, you know? But then they come back to the States with the flu and they think, oh, it's just seasonal. And then next thing you know, we're in a fucking pandemic. I mean, that's just how that shit starts, dude. It's shit. Like when someone farts in a goddamn elevator and nobody wants to take blame for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what the fuck is that shit?
Keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry, the warm weather. Don't worry, maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that. A lot of people thought it was serious. A whole
Well, and here's Joe Biden's attempt.
range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
I sincerely hope we don't lose 2,000 more people. That would be kind of shit, dude. I'm just saying. But you would think somebody who contracted it and then got over it and spent a lot of time learning from doctors and going, okay, this is what works, this is what doesn't work. You'd think that person would have enough common sense to go, okay, this is how we're going to beat this thing. But heaven forbid if you dare have a political opinion, am I right? So
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just
we're living in the Matrix. One side's red, the other side's blue. Oh shit. Shut up, Cobra.
to finish this. I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. What Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing, you're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier.
Okay, you want to call him xenophobic, but to be fair, if, like I said, the virus if it had started in America and people were sitting there saying, we're going to boycott American products, American this, American that, would you say that's American phobic? You know, that's just it. Like, if that's where it started, it doesn't matter where it started, that's just. But I hate being like that, dude, because that's real. Like, if it doesn't matter where the pandemic starts, it could have started in Mexico, it could have started in Canada, it could have started in the United States, it could have started in China, it could have started anywhere. You know, that's just how it's gonna be with our society. Like, anybody, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I feel like we shouldn't persecute Asians for it. That's bullshit. Like, they had no control over it either, dude. Like, that, you know what I'm saying? Both sides are right on their argument, though. Like, on one hand of the coin, it's like, okay, if it did start here, then it would logically make sense to boycott things from that place. But on the other hand, they're taking just as much precaution as we are, and blaming them for the situation is dumb. So it's. Because, quite honestly, when you think about it, the pandemic itself, we're all going through it, dude. To some degree or another. So, why? Why spend that pandemic over panicking, fighting, instead of taking precautions when they're needed? And even when they're not needed, you know? To some, yeah, you get what I'm saying? Yeah. One hole mango down. Mango down. Mango down. Cobra's starting to drink on stream. Mango down. That wasn't funny, but I tried. Yes. Bud Light Seltzer Mango, 5% alcohol in volume, 100 calories. So if you're feeling health conscious and honestly, fuck all the people talking shit, that ain't half bad. You mix that with some Monster Mango, you know, the one with the Day of the Dead Mexico skulls on it, you know the can I'm talking about. That would make a pretty tasty combo, you know, like a little pep of caffeine, a little touch of alcohol, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta be careful mixing energy drinks and alcohol, man, because that shit will fuck you up. No, like a Jaeger bomb, Red Bull and Jaeger. My take on that is Red Bull, Midori, pineapple juice, and Jack Daniels. Can Crush. I'm gonna save that can. My buddy Darflini needs them for smelting. I got to see how that works, and smelting's pretty cool, dude. You stick the can in the thing, and then it melts, and then you can like make bricks out of it like this right here. Look at that. Oh snap. Not your father's root beer. Oh, ho, ho, this delicious bastard right here. Yes.
It just, Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You
I didn't
certainly
say sugar
did.
cola
You
or anything,
certainly
and
did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to
He
handling
thought
this.
I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well, let's-
That's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of...
Domestic and substance abuse. Well then. This kind of crap affects the entire world. It's not just America, man. This fucking bullshit pandemic is worldwide, and it's ridiculous.
of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap at his golf course, he should have been negotiating with...
Right there, I called it just like last night when I watched the debate. It's like, dude, when Republicans gave Obama shit for playing golf, everyone lost their shit. Like, oh, that's so fucking rude. But now you got Joe Biden over here doing the exact same thing to Trump. It's a cheap shot, dude, especially with the fact that Joe Biden was around during the swine flu. I mean, like I said, you can vote for whoever you want to vote for. That's your choice, YouTube. If you're an American citizen, you know.
Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
There are people who are dying as a result of the coronavirus, but there are also people out there who are surviving. So it depends on how you look at it. You can be a negative Nancy Pelosi, or you can... Okay, don't be like that. See what I did there? I made a South Park reference with it. I'm ornery when I drink. Okay, but no, seriously, YouTube.
You haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down today, but there are...
You might say, well, people out there will argue both sides to this argument. People are saying Trump has ties to Jeffrey Epstein, supposedly, okay? But then when people are saying Joe Biden sniffed children's hair, you're like, no way. You look it up on YouTube and you see it, and you're like, well, things can be edited together. Blah, blah, blah. No, that's legitimately a thing, dude. What the shit? No. Dude, no. Dude, what? Not your father's root beer. That is some tasty shit, let me tell you. But like $11.25 plus tax out of 6-pack. It's expensive, but it's good. Not a sponsor. Yes. Showered up with my Bond tactical soap. Had a shave. I don't shave all the time, but I Tell you what, Bond number one smells like leather and charcoal. This little black bar of soap, it smells amazing, like charcoal and leather. It's a man's soap. And it's designed to make you smell irresistible for the ladies. All is fair in love and war, so gain the tactical advantage. For years, women have sat there seducing men with nothing more than makeup and a tight dress, but now we can even the playing field with some tactical soap. Here's the best part of it. Women will sit there and bitch and moan about how gross men smell. So stop smelling gross and start smelling like a ladies' man with Grondike soap. Coupon code King Cobra will get you 15% off directly on the Grondike Soap website. Yeah, buddy.
Look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open.
More social distancing. Yes, us autistics were the original inventors of social distancing before it became a thing. No, my political humor is edgy. Holy shit.
Open gymnasium. Do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President
Well,
Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors.
Here's the problem with this. If we shut down the country because of the coronavirus, nobody makes money. Which means either the government has to hand out stimulus money or something, otherwise the economy goes to shit. And that's not good for anyone. But if you open it up, so open it up safely. Both candidates make a very fair point. Joe Biden saying we should shut it down because coronavirus is, But Trump's saying, hey, if we, what I'm saying? Both candidates make a, this is why I said, if we open up the country and do it so safely and responsibly, if you gotta have a shit ton of masks, a shit ton of hand sanitizer, a shit ton of whatever you need, make it happen. This is America, the land of opportunity, god damn it.
Cuomo in New York. You look at what's going on in California. You look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Democrats all. They're shut down so tight, and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's
to shut down or not to shut down? That is the question, isn't it? YouTube, I do appreciate you all tuning in to watch my Streamlabs. It really does depend on how you perceive it. First thing you should do, you look up symptoms of the COVID, and if you have symptoms, don't go out in public. Wear a mask. Simple enough, right? But if you're completely healthy and fine, you want to exercise, a little extra precaution. The problem with it is Democrats versus Republicans. Now it's mask wearers versus the ones who don't wear a mask. Speaking of masks, have you seen the Masked Singer? They got a cobra on there. What's up with that, huh? I love my influence on the world. I love it. I love it. I love it. I fucking love it. Huh. No, goody, goody. It's not acting up. It's still going. Excellent.
It's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression,
suicide.
alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous.
Fuck suicide. People are apparently committing suicide, and people are apparently doing drugs and alcohol at alarming rates. Well, shit. People are doing drugs and alcohol at an alarming rate. That's actually not good. Speaking of alcohol, Not Your Father's root beer is fucking delicious. Like, even though it's not that much alcohol, who cares? It's delicious, dude. You crack one open, you're like, oh. Excuse me. Dude, if you wanted a bomb-ass root beer float, you get some Not Your Father's root beer and a shot of Jack Daniels and a little bit of vanilla ice cream. Oh my fucking god, dude. Darks mixed with darks. That's what I've been told. That's why people get a little weirded out when they see me drinking Green Monster Energy with Jack Daniels. Like, what the fuck? Cobra, that's just weird, man. No.
Tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be
able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Oh, we. Okay, so you're telling me we're pulling a Peter Griffin. Hey, Peter, could you come over here for a second? In a minute, I'm busy. Trying to do something over here.
able to safely open, but would they need resources to open? You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need
social distancing. Yep, social distancing. Social distancing. Look at that. Long enough for a ponytail, baby. That's most definitely what's up.
You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position.
I agree with that. Well, if you know you might be experiencing symptoms, just do the responsible thing and stay home. You know, it's fucking ridiculous.
Where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't
Not that many of you are gonna die, so don't worry.
worry about it.
What? Hold up. So Joe Biden just said, hey, none of you teachers out there, don't worry about it. Some of you aren't gonna die. It's gonna be alright. That's... dude.
So don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up.
Don't worry about it, come on. But you just told Trump that you should worry about it. You were literally, about 2 segments ago, giving Trump crap because he didn't take it seriously enough. I mean, I don't know, dude. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm just kind of analyzing it as I go. You can agree with me, just agree with me. I don't care.
With you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly.
It has nothing to do with whether it's a red state or a blue state. It's just how it plays out. People are being irresponsible, doing things they shouldn't do, kind of thing. Me, myself, I eat spicy food. You know what I'm saying? I love spicy food. It clears out the sinuses.
But they're all American. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that...
Oh yes, we need to wear a mask. Because, you know, I got this Halloween themed COVID mask. And I wear if I have to go to like Walmart or out in public, you know. Yep. How do you like them apples, YouTube? I got a bone to pick with you. That's such a Sean joke.
The businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
when
about...
you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed, and they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up, and we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and
I'll drink to that, Mr. President.
diabetes problems, and we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you
Joe.
before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described...
I mean, personally speaking, growing up, I hardly ever got sick. I'm almost 30, and I hardly ever got sick. I have a very healthy immune system, I do. And I'm grateful for that.
described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to despite this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony, but he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people.
Sometimes it takes experiencing the issues for you to actually get a bigger perspective. So maybe President Trump didn't have a understanding of COVID. He actually had to experience it himself and get over it to be like, holy shit, okay, this is how shit plays out. Wow.
He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us, Americans don't.
Well, you don't want to panic during a serious situation. I kind of feel like that that only makes things worse, to be honest.
Don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we found out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks
Oof, good on that for a minute. God damn, dude.
went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're
The
going
Wall
to
Street
move
one, I
on.
don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it.
I have.
You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money, and every.
Look, to be fair, both candidates have raised a lot of money. Trump is certainly no stranger to making money. He made it off of his daddy's paychecks. Biden, on the other hand, is no stranger to it either, so... yeah. Vote for whoever you want to vote for. We want to take a break from doing this political shit and do some vocal covers, because I bet the fans are getting bored stiff. They're like, oh my god, he's covering the presidential debate. Ah. So I did say I was gonna do some Ozzy Osbourne vocal covers with the new microphone. Although if we're gonna do some Ozzy Osbourne vocal covers, hold up. Yes. Crack another one open for the Prince of Darkness. One take, yeah. That's metal as shit, dude. That's tasty shite. People gonna get bored stiff watching me do coverage of the presidential debate. And get this fucking song picked. Yes. I know Crazy Train pretty well, so I'm gonna do that one first. Let's do 4 Aussie songs with the new microphone. And if it dies while I'm doing it, that's alright. Got the copper cup. We're gonna take a break from the political bullshit and rock out for a minute. It's Friday night. Get it?
Your device is ready to pair.
Yeah, I bet it is. Let's get fucking crazy! Alright. First song we're gonna rock out to is some Crazy Train. Then Shot in the Dark. And then Zombie Stomp because it's Halloween season. After that, and we'll pick one. There's a bunch of awesome songs we can cover. Alright, YouTube. Bored. Oh, I clicked on Mr. Crowley by mistake. That's a good song too. Mr. Crowley! Yeah. Aboard! Take a little squizzle for the legend himself. Yes, sir. Oh. That's how it goes. Millions of people living as foes. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and get out your hate. Mental wounds not healing, there's a bitter shame. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Let's go. This microphone kicks ass, like, because the fans understand it. Listen to preachers, I've listened to fools. Watch out the dropouts who make their own rules. Those in conditions and rule and control. Media sells it, and you live the role. The world's still screaming, driving me insane. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Going off the rails on a crazy train. I know that things are going wrong for me. You gotta listen to my words, yeah. Who fucking microphone kicks ass, man? After the Cold War, that's what we become. Inheriting troubles, I'm mentally numb. Because I just cannot bear. And I'm something that just isn't fair. Mental wounds still healing, to what's to blame. I'm going out the rails on a crazy train. I'm going out the rails on a crazy train. This is the end of the song. Alright, so we're gonna look up the song on Google real quick. We'll take a break from doing the presidential debate BS. Take a break from politics and enjoy some rock and roll. It's refreshing for everyone. Tasty. Zombie Stomp Ozzy Osbourne lyrics. There we bloody well fucking go. It's Halloween season, so let's sing some Zombie Stomp by Ozzy motherfucking Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. Yeah! And before we get into singing this awesomeness, another one for the Ozman, yes. Black Sunday Tattoo Parlor did an awesome job touching up my Aussie knuckles. That's most definitely what's up. Yeah. Got the cradle was filled on the bicep and looking sick too. Yep. Showing off the microphone a little bit. Yes. Zombie Stomp kicks ass. Oh. Love this shit. Yeah. Zombie Stomp. Happy Halloween, YouTube. Oh. It's a long ass intro. Which kicks ass, brother. Hold up. Hold up. I got shit. The long ass intro and I forgot when the lyrics start. Hold up. That was horrible. Good thing it's not live in concert when I'm doing that, because I would have known what I was on my half at least. Alright, let's rock this shit. Friday night, motherfucker. Yeah! Zombie Stomp. me crazy motherfuckers! Yeah! Hashtag long live. And you know, he ain't the only one experiencing concert withdrawals, man. A lot of these badass musicians have had to cancel concerts because of this shit. That being said, let's do one other one. Shot in the Dark by Ozzy Osbourne lyrics. Nope. Shot in the Dark, Ozzy Osbourne lyrics. There it goes. Beautiful. Alright. Showing off the new microphone, taking a break from the political BS. Excuse me. Drinking some Not Your Father's root beer. Oh, and the chorus right there. You see that? That's alright. That's alright. We'll go ahead and charge it back up. And we're still going to do the song, but we'll have to go without the microphone. Charge it back up. Honestly, this microphone kicks ass. I don't care if it's got a short charge time. That's pretty sick, dude. Like, the fans send me some cool shit to do, you know? Like, straight up. My YouTube fans be like, oh, hey, Cobra, this will help with your vocal covers, by the way. Go ahead and plug that bastard back in. Luckily, we have a backup. It still could be worse, you know? Fucking wanker. Okay. Yeah, hold off on that for a second. Last one in the pack. Alright, so check this out. The next vocal cover is Shot in the Dark by Ozzy Osbourne, doing some Halloween themed vocal shit, you know, and then we get back into the political, you know. Gotta entertain the fans a little bit. Halloween is upon us. Yeah, schoolish good fun. Politically speaking, I could watch the whole debate, but I pretty much get the idea where it's going to that point, you know. Both candidates are on the same issue, but on the offense too. It's good to keep updated, so we'll definitely do as I said. And honestly, I wish both candidates nothing but good health and a fair race, you know. Straight up. Whoever you support, go out November 4th and vote if you can. While that microphone charges up, we got a backup right here. Yep. Out on the streets, I'm stalking the night. I can hear my heavy breathing. Paid for the kill, but it doesn't seem right. Something there I can believe in. Voices are calling from inside my head. I can hear them. I can hear them, vanishing memories of things that they said. You can't unhurt me now. Just a shot in the dark. One step away from you. Just a shot in the dark. Always creeping up on you. Alright. Fought by the powers that preach over me. I'll live their empty reason. Wouldn't listen. I learned how to fight. I opened up my mind to treason. Just like the wounded, when it's too late. They remember their surrender. Excuse me. They're regret for the people who hate. Underestimate me now, but a shot in the dark. One step away from you, just a shot in the dark. Nothing unless you can do, just a shot in the dark. Always creeping up on you. Alright. Aye. Happy Halloween, you crazy motherfuckers! Bah! Okay, one, that's it. Because I don't want to do too much. I want to be safe too. Not your father's root beer, huh? Just like the wounded, and when it's too late, they remember their surrender. Never really care for the people who hate. Underestimate me now, but a shot in the dark. One step away from you, just a shot in the dark. Nothing that you can do, just a shot in the dark. Always creeping up on you. Alright. Just a shot in the dark. 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 Yes, sir. So we did Crazy Train, Shot in the Dark, Zombie Stomp. Let's do Mama, I'm Coming Home next, and then get back to the political. Or we could do Hellraiser. Let's do both of those songs. We'll do Mama, I'm Coming Home, and then we'll do Hellraiser. Cheers to Ozzy and Sharon, man. Yeah. And cheers to Tactical Soap from the Klondike Soap Company. This stuff is the bee's knees, man. I'll tell you what, man. You're gonna spice up a marriage, huh? I tell you what, man. Times have changed and times are strange. Here I come, but I ain't the same. Mama, I'm coming home. Time's gone by, it seems to be. You could have been a better friend to me. Mama, I'm coming home. Took me in and you drove me out, yeah, you had me in the tide, yeah. Lost and found and turned around by the fire in your eyes. Made me cry, you told me lies, but I can't stand to say goodbye. Excuse me. Mom, I'm coming home. This stuff will give you the burps, man. Could be right, I could be wrong. It hurts so bad, it's been so long. Mama, I'm coming home. Selfish love, yeah, we're both alone. But right before the fall, yeah. I'm gonna take this heart of stone, I just go to heaven on. In your face 100 times. Every day we've been apart. I don't care about the sunshine, yeah. Mama, Mama, I'm coming home. I'm coming home. That's tasty. My father's root beer, yeah. You took me in and you drove me out, yeah, you had me in the tide, yeah. Lost and found and turned around by the fire in your eyes. I've seen your face 1,000 times. Every day we've been apart. I don't care about the sunshine, yeah. Mama, Mama, I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. At that point, YouTube's just like, wait, you took a break from the political bullshit to do some vocal covers. Well, well, I wonder if we can do Hellraiser on the microphone. Hellraiser lyrics, Ozzy Osbourne. Damn, Skippy. Charge it up for a bit. Yes. Let's put it right there. Alright.
Your device is ready to pair.
Alright. Play Hellraiser. There we go. Sing these lyrics, yo. Rockin' motherfucking roll! And the island and its road, around the world for rock and roll. Sometimes it feels so tough, but I still ain't had enough. I keep saying that it's getting too much, but I know I'm a liar. Feeling alright and the noise and the light, but that's what lights my fire. Hellraiser in the thunder and heat. Hellraiser, rock you back in your seat. Hellraiser, and we'll make it come true. Hellraiser, I'll put a spell on you. Well, you're on another stage, and in town another place. Sometimes I don't feel right, having to run down the line. But you keep telling me it's not for my health. But thinking back don't make it out of control. I play the ultimate role, and that's what lights my fire. Hellraiser, and the legend is real. Hellraiser, and the legend is seen. Hellraiser, and we'll make it come true. Hellraiser, I'll put a spell on you. That's gross. Oh, charming. Never get you laid, you wanker. I don't give a shit about that, but I'm more focused on my career. Look at that. Gender equality, baby. Goddamn fly, get the fuck out of here. We don't need your shit right now. God damn it. God fucking damn it. No, we're gonna rewind that. Chugging that root beer a little too fast, man. Yeah. Breaking all the rules. Ozzy motherfucking Osbourne. How? But I know this was just another stranger to you. Could be just another fool. I can match the tone. Let's make sure we got the lyrics right. Let's see. Breaking all the rules, Ozzy Osbourne lyrics. And it's being slow, but who gives a fuck? Alright. Crank out one more Ozzy song. Fuck yes. Could be just another stranger to you. I guess I'm just another fool. I swear, you like to live your life in danger. You hide. I don't wanna silly lies. Nobody thinks the way I do. I guess there's nobody cares. Your head's so full of things that set your mind free. And then I'm breaking the rules. You know, and the truth is nothing stranger. I suppose you think I know it all. Nobody hears the things I say because nobody cares. My head's so full of things that set your mind free as if I'm breaking the rules, breaking all the rules. Can't you see, there's nothing without you, breaking all the rules. And I see, I'm breaking all the rules, breaking all the rules. It's like the satanic living. Ha ha ha. Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, I know you would love to go to hell, but Satan said it's just not your time yet. And I know that you would love to know the answers, but to you, the truth is just another lie. Nobody hears the things I say, 'cause nobody cares. set your mind free. I'm breaking the rules, breaking all the rules. Can't you see there's nothing without you? Remember the rules. You see, I'm breaking all the rules, breaking all the rules, breaking all the rules, breaking all the rules. Come on, breaking all the rules, breaking all the rules. Come on, breaking all the rules. Breaking all the rules. Come on, breaking all the rules. Right now, breaking all the rules. Breaking all the rules. Come on, breaking all the rules. Breaking all the rules. Breaking all the rules. Come on. Yeah. Yes. 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 Oh, yes. How about holes in happiness? Yes. We'll get back to the debate. Holes in happiness, Marilyn Manson lyrics. Yes. Alright, so we're gonna do some Holes in Happiness by Marilyn Manson. Putting holes in happiness. That's an awesome Marilyn Manson song. Skyward one the other day, control about and shooting. The cemetery and it was deep in the skin. It seemed like one clock with news for a tragedy. Ways to make the tiny satisfaction disappear. Out the candles, all my Frankensteins. At least my death wish will come true. Just like Valentine's, every cry, you're like a birthday. At the photograph, it lasted longer than you. Holes in happiness with a page of black. If it needs it's a color death. It's not now a story. You can dig when you found it and let it die. Love's is all assassination. Your body will be your Clyde. Everything else is greener here. You see all your snakes. Where you winds will please run away with me to hell. Blow out the candles, all my Frankensteins. At least my death wish will come true. It's like Valentine's, oh my cry of the birth of birthdays. And should the photograph it lasted longer than you? What? Did my fucking man? You know what? Like I said, I'm not complaining. That makes doing vocal covers that much funner. You're like getting into it, like, dude. Since when can Cobra sing like that? Like how I changed up the song. Take the troll out back and shoot it. That's horrible. Not gonna lie, this beer's gone right through me, man. I gotta take a beer piss. So let me just get this microphone plugged in, get the charger, get it charged back up. There we go. Be beautiful. We'll finish the song here in a second. I gotta piss, man. I've been drinking these fucking root beers and all kinds of alcohol. Like, god damn it, dude. I mean, Marilyn Manson's stuck up just like everyone else, stuck up in this quarantine. Like, dude, if you're used to performing, you want to get on stage, you want to be there for your fans, you know? But, excuse me. Juicy fart was for my trolls. You get tired of Marilyn Manson getting blamed for everything? Well, that sounds about right. It's like, instead of taking responsibility for our shitty society's actions, we're gonna blame Marilyn Manson for the problems in our society. And Jeff Foxworthy, here's your sign. I'm serious, YouTube. It's just beyond fucking sad, dude. crack one of these bastards out. Out the candles, all my Frankensteins. At least my death wish will come true. It's like Valentine's and we cry. You like a birthday, you should have picked a photograph that is longer than you. Blow out the candles, all my Frankensteins. At least my death wish will come true. It's like Valentine's and we cry. Like a birthday, you should have picked a photograph that lasted longer than you. Yes. Don't care if your world is ending today. You said I wasn't invited in any way. You said I tasted fame and so I drew you a heart. But now I'm not an artist, I'm a fucking work of art. I got FNC and I got a K2. And the only thing that's missing is a bitch like you. You want it perfect. You got your perfect arms, you were perfect for someone like you. And then the daddy in the ghetto with the Snow White smile. Would ever be as perfect, whatever you do. What's my name? What's my name? Hold the S because I am an ain't. What's my name? What's my name? Hold the S because I am an ain't. I got bones down on my stick. You infected me, the diamonds that took all your shit. To be sold and self a genius and you're a sex symbol. You want it perfect. You want it perfect, but now I was so perfect for someone like you. The daddy in the ghetto with a Snow White smile, but you'll never be as perfect whatever you do. What's my name? What's my name? Hold the S because I am an ain't. What's my name? What's my name? Hold the S because I am an ain't. What's my name? King Cobra JMS. Motherfucker, King Cobra in the house. Rocking the full covers in the FNC. And I got a K2. And the only thing that's missing is you. I got a fancy and a K32. And the only thing that's missing is a bitch like you. And I fancy and I got a K2. And the only thing that's missing is a bitch like you. Daddy and your kettle with a Snow White smile. Super evil, Jesus is evil and wild, but there's Daddy in your kettle with a Snow White smile. Super evil bitch and an eagle and wild. What's my name? What's my name? Oh, yes, because I am an ace. What's my name? What's my name? Oh, the S because I am an Ains. What's my name? What's my name? Oh, the S because I am an Ains. What's my name? What's my name? Oh, the S because I am an Ains. Yes. Wow. Look at that. Look at that, YouTube. Look at that. Local covers. Yeah. Satan's love is vast. He can cloak you in the light of Lucifer. It will save us from the insanity that is the world around us. Do appreciate y'all tuning in. Doing some vocal covers for ya. Oh snap. Yes, sir. 6:08. Goddamn, dude. Streaming for that long. We'll keep it going. Keep it flowing. Smoking a Marlboro Gold label. Hope you all having a fantastic Friday. Yep. Do appreciate you all tuning in to watch the Streamlabs. Greatly appreciate it. Getting political with it. Well, that's alright. Now, while we're Streamlabbing, let's order up something. Because the fans like watching me do Streamlabs. They really do. Otherwise, they wouldn't tune in. Yeah. Yep. We're gonna order from one establishment. We made the monies on Streamlabs. We'll order some grub. We'll order some grubs from DoorDash. I'm not going to tell you where I'm ordering it from. I'll just pick a random location and be like, yep. Little C's is on here for DoorDash. Would you look at that? Huh. That's cool. Oh, you can't customize it. It's just now on there. Okay. Let's see what else we got. And I like using DoorDash to order food. You know what I'm saying? We got different restaurants we can choose from. I made like $81 in stream today. That's pretty sweet. We could order some food and still have enough to keep my account full. Yes, sir. So we could order some dankness. We could. What should we order? YouTube? Whatever the fuck I feel like ordering. I'm the one streaming on YouTube videos. We'll pick a random location and order whatever I feel like ordering. And we'll munch down on it while we're watching the debate. Oh, Sniggly Snap, Crackle Pop, Rice Krispies, YouTube. Let's go with, I'm not going to say what I'm ordering. That'll be a mystery. Even if I don't complete the whole goddamn challenge when I order it, who gives a shit? gotta have a drink to go with it, dude. I'm not gonna drink all the alcohol for the food challenge. That just seems redundant. Let's go with the medium. Now you're going, okay, what is Cobra ordering? Well, you just have to wait and see. You will just have to wait and see. Yep. Yes, sir. It's a Friday night. We're chilling out. Order received. Now, where did Cobra go to order his food? Well, you'll just have to see when it shows up. And while we're waiting for the DoorDash order, which cost me $40, but granted I had $81 I just made in Streamlab money, so I think we can afford it. Watching the political debates. We took a debate and said, should we take a break from watching the presidential debate, do some bitchin' metal covers, and order some fast food, and then get back to the political debate? I says, yes, we shall. Do appreciate you all tuning in to watch this craziness. You. V-Town, what's up? Drinking some of that Not Your Father's root beer. It's got the alcohol in it. Oh, is it good? It's Friday night. Kicking it like a rock star villain. Chilling, you know, for reallin'. And here's the best part of it, making wands for Etsy. And I got some I'll be cranking out over the weekend to complete the batch, so that we will get a batch on Etsy before Halloween. Bet. How long it takes to sell is totally up to you. But I'm making them, they look nice. They look very nice, YouTube. Now, before we get back to the fast food review and the debates, we're going to wait till that fast food order shows up, and then we'll get back to the debates. Does that sound good? Watching Cobra stuff himself with unhealthy fast food while he watches politics. Like, what is this? So yes, I did order some food to do a little mukbang with the stream. Even if I don't finish it, it's food for later. Honestly, the only reason I did it was for a mukbang. Excuse me, for YouTube. Zoom tight. People like watching me eat fast food. I don't know why, but there you go. maybe get some of that political opinion in while we're waiting for our order.
Every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money. As president and as somebody that knows most of those people, I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about Wall
Average
Street.
contribution $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start.
The only reason Trump beat Hillary Clinton is because this country is sexist. Ladies, you with me on this? The last two elections, we've had females run for office. And they've lost because our country is so full of racism, sexism, and hatred. But don't give up hope, ladies, because guess what? You're able to run for president now. Even if you don't make it, you're still in the race, you know? Women 55 years ago would have loved to have your privilege in society. And this is why I preach gender equality on my channel, because this kind of crap is extremely unfair to the so-called fair sex, as they say. But,
With the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight, just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter.
now I got confirmation reports that Russia and Iran are trying to influence this election, and I'm just like, no, don't let these fuckers influence the way you think. Vote for whoever you want to vote for.
Registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty.
So, here's the gist of it. You got Donald Trump blaming China for the virus, and you got Joe Biden blaming China for the way the election turned out last political season. Oh, wait, dude. This is why I said we gotta stop blaming the Asians. Especially this particular time, like, I'm not just saying that because I love sushi, not to be a stereotype, but I love sushi. Mm. I put sushi on a bacon cheeseburger because I want to mix cultures when I cook my food. Even if the sushi is take it out, de-thaw it, put it on top of the burger and eat it, that's still, yeah, the cheapest way for me to do it at least. And you've all seen that. The bacon sushi cheeseburgers that I've made on YouTube. You're just like, what the fuck is wrong with Cobra? Why would you put raw sushi on top of a bacon cheeseburger, you sick bastard? People say it don't belong, but I'm like, well, I say give it a try, you might like it. It's gonna cost half my Streamlab money to order, but it's totally worth it. I'll still have plenty of money in the bank account to keep her open. So I didn't go over budget with this mukbang. I like ordering mukbang fast food for YouTube. The important thing is I don't go over budget, and I didn't. So here we go. Wait for it patiently while we watch the rest of the election. Cheers to another awesome Friday night, folks. While I'm waiting for the restaurant and DoorDash to prep it, let's see what's popping off in the election.
That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talking to him a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't.
Putin. That was a joke on my trolls. Put. Look, here's the thing of it, honestly. Blaming the Russians for America's problems. That's like blaming the violent video games for the mass shootings in our country. And if you think that's too far, kiss my American Asperger's. It's like, why is it we're always blaming someone else for our problems? Like, oh, it's all their fault. So yeah, we're doing a live stream, chilling like rockstar villains. It's a Friday night, hanging out, enjoying the weekend. Yep. Ordered some DoorDash. What did I order from DoorDash? You'll just have to wait and see. They may not eat all of it. But if you eat a small to a good portion of it, not trying to create challenges here. Shout out to the challenge master, Richie Wright. But I like to eat. I like food. I mean, if people watch me chug this whole entire 6-pack of Not Your Father's, they're gonna be like, This stream could take an extreme turn, the way you look at it. Like, will he eat the entire mukbang, or will he flunk out because he's too full, like every other normal human being? You know, I have fun reviewing the food, sharing it with my fans, and entertaining you cool cobras on the Streamlabs. You know what I'm saying? I don't do it for the money, I do it for the fans, man. Yeah. I'm not telling Streamlabs what I ordered. It'll be on the way shortly. I'm encouraging you to vote for whoever you want to vote for.
And said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, well, I shouldn't, oh, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's in...
What? According to Joe Biden, Trump is paying bounties to... What? Where do you get this knowledge? You know? I mean, when people get mad at me because they're just like, I can't believe you said Joe Biden sniffs children's hair. That's not accurate. That's bullshit. But then I see videos of it and I'm like, you know, again, you want to vote for Biden, you vote for Biden. You want to vote for Trump, you vote for Trump. Vote for whoever the fuck you want to vote for. It's your American right. God damn it. You know, you choose whoever you want to vote for. It's your American right. Don't let people tell you who to vote for. If you think Biden's a good pick, you choose Biden. If you think Trump's a good pick, you choose Trump. You know what I'm saying? There's no sense in making this a bigger deal than it needs to be. It's as simple as this. We're Americans. Take pride in that shit. And we have the freedom to vote, where most countries don't have that freedom. And our troops sacrifice themselves for that right. I thank you. Ordered 2 items. What did I order? It's now at the restaurant. Dun dun dun! DoorDash is not a sponsor, it's free advertisement, of course. Much like the products you've seen reviewed in this here video. Well, let me tell you. What did King Cobra order from McDonald's? Even if it's not a food challenge and you're hungry. Oh wait, did I say that out loud? Shit. Yeah, you get to see Cobra eat a burger like an apple. You get to see Cobra stuff his fat, disgusting, autistic face with fast food. Yep. You said you... who cares? It's gonna be delicious. And you get to see how much I eat. Trolls want to call me a fat son of a bitch. Let's give them something to say how fat I really am. You know what I'm saying? Trolls are sitting there going, Cobra's a fat monkey piece of shit. Inbred piece of shit retarded fuck. Yeah, you want to see how fucking fat and retarded I really am? One left. No offense to anyone, but one left. People are going to want to see how much food Cobra can eat in one sitting after consuming 6 of these root beers. And I'm sitting there going, I want to see this fat mongrel eat a cheeseburger like goddamn apple. Fat fucking son of a bitch that I am. Fucking retarded shit. Drinking not your father's root beer. Eating some fast food. Yep. It's gonna be glorious. Get to see King Cobra eat a burger like an apple. Disgusting fat fuck that I am. Holy shit. Get some junk food in while we're watching the stream and watching the political debate. I had monies from legit fans to order some crazy shit like this. My trolls get to see me eat burgers the wrong way because I'm such a stupid fucking retard. I can't eat burgers worth of shit. I need to be babysitted when I eat burgers. Yeah, fat, disgusting fuck that I am. People on YouTube are just like, I hope, blah, blah, blah. When you hear the trolls wishing harm on you, it's like, okay, I'll give you what you want. So the fast food order is on the way. It left the restaurant. It's heading to my door. Oh shit. Oh shit, YouTube. Drinking a not your father's root beer. Smoking a Marlboro Gold Label 100. Marlboro's new flavor. That's delicious. Yes, sir. People are going to want to see me pig out on fast food for whatever weird reason. Because it's like, what is wrong with this person? I don't know. People have a weird fascination with that shit. No judgment. Good to see me eat a burger like an apple. As for what I ordered from McDonald's, you'll just have to wait and see. YouTube. Yep. I'll let you know what I ordered, what I put on it when it gets here. And it's well over halfway here. I love it. DoorDash kicks ass. Not a sponsor. Do my thing, man. Mukbang, food challenge, you know. It's all good though, because we're chilling out on a Friday, enjoying the weekend. Got a blast to the weekend. Let's get it. Even if I don't eat everything in the mukbang, I got food for later. So I don't care. Trolls want to sit there and say, oh, you failed the challenge. That's what I say to that. That's just about there, lads. Grab my wand. And my keys. Yep, it's here. Excuse me. Whew. Alright, we got our McDonald's order. Shout out to DoorDash for delivering it. And thank you to the fans who donated $80. Able to pay for half of it that we ordered with that, so I appreciate it. Ooh-wee. Yep, it's gonna be tasty up in here. We ordered one classic quarter pounder with cheese pack, hot mustard dipping sauce, spicy buffalo for our nuggets and our fries. Now for the burgers we have add bacon, add mayonnaise, add extra tomato, extra beef, extra cheese, one medium Coke. And it should come with fries too, like at least 2 of them. If it don't, that's alright. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that big of a deal to me. I got some fast food to grub out on while we finish this review of the presidential debate. Here's our medium Coke. Beautiful. Not like that. So far, so good. One custom-made quarter pounder. Two custom-made quarter pounders. Our napkins on point. So we got our sauce. Spicy buffalo. Honey mustard. Yep. There's our dipping sauce for the nuggets. Oh yeah, look at that. We got our 2 in this bag. We literally got 2 fries and some nuggets. Oh snap. We got the nuggets, we got the fries. Alright, so for the looks of it, McDonald's gave me what I ordered. I appreciate it. Lately I've been getting fucked over by DoorDash and fast food. I go to order something and not quite what you know what I'm saying? We got our 2 fries. McDonald's fries. Can't go wrong. The 20-piece nuggets. Some fries. Mm-hmm. Those McDonald's fries. YouTube. $20-piece McNuggets and 2 custom-made double quarter pounders with cheese and bacon. Honestly, if I get through a couple of these nuggets and a quarter pounder, that's pretty impressive. If I save a quarter pounder and some nuggets for later, that's alright. That's alright. YouTube. They didn't have their mighty hot sauce available on DoorDash. So we got 2 spicy buffaloes, 2 hot. 2 spicy buffaloes, 1 hot mustard is what I meant to say. Oh, yes. Got spicy mustard. Do a dunk action. Like I said, I got a quarter pounder and some nuggets for later. I'm not complaining. This would be a mukbang food challenge for the century.
Engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question. Why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you.
Have to
Let me
respond.
ask the
Yes.
question. You're going to have 2 minutes
Yes.
to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this?
One more nugget. And let's try to eat a quarter pounder at least. regular nuggets on point. Ooey. Ooey. Put one of them quarter pounders and them nuggets in the bag. Take a break from those delicious McDonald's chicken nuggets, and we're going to bust into a quarter pounder. Eat till I'm full. That's how my mukbangs work. I got food for later. Who cares, dude? Eating some fast food on a Friday night. Take one of those custom made quarter pounders. Oh snap. Excuse me. Oh my god, it smells good. Just go until I can't go anymore. That burger is so good. Shit. I took 2 bites of it and I was like, oh. If I end up having more food for later, I don't care. A little fast food mukbang for the fans. And I got a couple of quarter pounders left. A couple of chicken nuggets. I don't care. That's food for later. Oh shit. Fast food is so bad for you, but it tastes so good. Holy shit. You know why I call it the King Cobra McDonald's meal? Is because one person alone, it would fill up real nicely. Between 2 to 3 people, you can make it happen. broke into that hamburger and I was like, all I had left was nuggets and the burgers. Which, if you can complete it, good for you. If you can't, it's alright, man. That tasted good. Save some of that Coca-Cola for later. But I am going to take a couple of squizzles of it. If someone had like 10 of those nuggets, one of those fries, and one of those burgers, you could totally split that. But, goddamn Mickey D's. McDonald's is so good, but it's so bad for you. And that's why people eat it, you know. And sometimes it's just more convenient to get a couple of Happy Meals than it is to clean up your own goddamn kitchen. Really. But the order I ordered from McDonald's was complete. It was everything that I ordered. The order was a quarter pounders having an extra patty. Yes. Meat. Delicious. But yeah, wanna grab that McDonald's medium Coke. That was sweet. Best thing about a mukbang, you order a bunch of food from one restaurant, eat as much as you can. You know, like that's my review of it. Holy shit. Have my little fast food fix. Hold up. Yep. I'm feeling extra fat and disgusting on a Friday night. I was squizzle that Coca-Cola, put it in the fridge for later, and see what this presidential debate's really about. Dude, them quarter pounders tasted so good with the options I asked for on DoorDash. Ridiculous. Well, I predicted I'd get through a whole quarter pounder before I'd be like, well, I got through like half of it. That's still better than nothing. That's enough for me for the night. God damn, dude.
There's 2 minutes
Well,
uninterrupted.
let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and you know someday you're going to have to explain why did you get 3.5. I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now about your thing last night, I knew all about that, and through John Ratcliffe, who was fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose, because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra 130 billion, going to 420 billion dollars a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them. But you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30
Yes,
seconds.
sir.
And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns. 22 years, go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So What's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell you
told
when
you
you
that.
could release
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to
That's
ask you both some questions
I have
about
to
all of
respond
this.
to
But
that.
I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant
Yes.
about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you
As
have a
soon as the audit is
deadline for
finished.
when you're going to release them
I
to the
get
American
treated
people?
worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because
you
I have a
don't
lot
have
of
a time.
people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you
Sure.
both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance
Some
to
point
talk
about
about
this
this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
Very
So
quickly, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax return.
$48 million. Holy shit.
And they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because
All right.
the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken, I mean, your brother made money in Iraq,
Let me-
millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some
man.
questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had it. The only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
Never
President
did
Trump,
deal with
let me,
China.
let me
By the
ask
way,
my question to you.
But
and
could I
then
just,
we'll-
one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. 183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no
I'm
energy.
going to let the Vice President
That's
respond to that quickly, and then I
100%
need to get to a
dishonest.
question to you. Very
No
quickly,
basis
Mr.
for
President.
that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is, everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was open to do, it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up
Okay,
money every
President Trump,
place he
thank you.
goes.
We do
Not
need to
true.
move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific, what would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said, we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it, and that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to
Yes.
respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and
His
then we're
son
going to move
walked
on
out
to
with
North
$1.5 billion
Korea.
from China to
Not
manage after
true.
spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy,
True.
though, what
No, but wait a
specifically are
minute.
you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going
First
to
of
make
all,
them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave
New
$28 billion.
sanctions? New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers. Because
Taxpayers'
China,
money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come
No,
from
yeah,
China.
you know who the taxpayer is. It's called China. China
Not
paid
true.
$28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel
Okay,
industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
My response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making. And the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont, they're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want
That is a
to talk
typical
about
statement.
North Korea.
Excuse me, just
I
for
do
one
want to
second,
turn to
please.
10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a
Right.
typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk
I'm
about
not
North
a typical
Korea now.
politician.
Okay,
That's why I
President
got elected. That
Let's
was,
talk
let's
about-
get off the subject of China. Let's talk around, sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you
No.
forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be
Okay.
dead right now.
President
We
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good
Thank you.
relationship.
Vice President Biden, to you, North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat? right
Because
now?
I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's the root. I made it clear as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy, who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
gotta
for
give him a
fact they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it.
You
And
know,
that's okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have
leaders
to
of
move
other
on because
countries
we
is
have a lot
a
of
good thing.
we have a lot of questions to get
Yes,
to.
not
Your
a
Like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And
let's
it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk
He
about
left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump. Okay, we do
They
need to move
left
on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in
to
fact,
move
if you
on so that
remember
we
the
can get
first
to
2
all
or
of
3
our
months,
questions tonight,
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a very, they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, The first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option, become Biden-care. A public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now, by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I did not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we waited since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's
I
your
say
response
it's
to that?
ridiculous. It's like saying that, you know, we're, the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions as well as a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick? Because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under. We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like he went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania, and he says, "Oh, we're going to have fracking." And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way,
but somebody should ask the question.
You can ask
He goes for a year. There will be
We
no
have
fracking. there
we
will
do
be
have a
no
number of
petroleum.
topics
No,
we're
no,
going to
but
get
that's a
to.
big- that's a big question.
We're going to get to
I-
It's
a
the
number
same
of
thing with
topics.
socialized
I have to
medicine.
respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. Period, period, period. And the Biden care proposal will in fact provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Kristen, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine, and when he and healthcare. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally
Wrong.
destroying, and destroying your Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They wanted to make it work.
Okay,
It
let's let
was
Vice President
impossible
Biden
to work.
respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden,
a very
your response.
confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So no, I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get
10
rid of.
seconds,
He
Mr.
tried to hurt
President, and then I
Social
have to go to
Security
another
years
question.
ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All
One
right,
thing,
let's move
but
on.
this
I'm
is
going to
the
move
guy
on.
that
Let me,
when they
Mr.
announced
President, I have
last
to move
week,
on to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to
will
have time to
boom
talk about it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's
biggest
move on to the
analysts are
next
saying that.
question.
No matter-
Very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claremont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars, because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? what happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to
Kristen,
move on, gentlemen.
401ks are through the roof.
We're gonna
People's
move on.
stock are through the roof.
All
And he
right.
doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period
We're gonna-
of time before
okay,
he even knew
we're
it.
gonna move on to
and
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work, and as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President,
You
let
know, the Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President
we made a
Biden,
deal, the
because
Republicans
let me
will
ask
pass
Vice
it.
President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets, the states that have to balance their budgets, and then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter
The
with
bill
these
that was
guys?
passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
By
I
the way,
want
if
to.
I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses
Yes.
and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum
I
wage.
do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. It's not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to
Excuse me, one
immigration,
thing very
but I
quickly.
want
He
to
said
get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state
You-
option.
you said very
we have
recently-
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very
Not true,
recently you would
by the way.
consider raising the federal minimum
it.
wage to $15
Say
an
it.
hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to
What I
$15
really
an hour. Is
like,
that still the case?
and I would consider it to an extent, but
In a
what I
second
really like,
administration?
in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would
Okay,
be
President
ruinous.
Trump, thank you.
No-
Quick
no
response,
one
Vice
should
President
work
Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to
It's
talk
all
about
solved.
immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through
But
merit.
how will you
But
reunite
let me
these
just tell
kids
you,
with their
Let
families,
me just tell you,
Mr.
they
President?
built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages, President Trump built them, and then it was determined they were built. In 2014, that was him.
Do you
They
have a
built
plan to
cages.
reunite the kids?
Yes,
with
we're
their
working on
families?
it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this
525.
conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. They real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to
did
that?
it. We changed.
did not
They built the
separate the
cages.
vet- they-
who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking about.
cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I will
about
say this.
immigration.
They went
10
down.
seconds
We
and
brought
then I need to ask
reporters,
you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some
and
of
have
them
gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with their
just ask
families.
one question. Who built the cage?
Indeed. Who? Indeed, who you two? People wondering if I received the right order. Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Cages. I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they're going to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise: why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It
on.
just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay,
But they're
President
very,
Trump, let's
very
give
few.
Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on.
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it. 'Cause They
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about
Let's
it
move
anymore.
on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes sir, no sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are in fact the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person, or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. But guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it. But we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they kept never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding, and I did. 10-year long-term funding, and I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them, and they like me and I like them. But I saved it colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice
My
President.
response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is the guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it.
Yeah, but, I mean, YouTube, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to go too far with it. But you look up Senator Joe Biden and his stance on marijuana and African Americans. You look up those two things. Joe Biden was very anti-pot in the 90s. And he had political power to arrest a lot of people. And now he wants to sit here. You can vote for whoever you want to vote for, YouTube.
enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who, in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes that were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people. He commuted 20 people sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people.
You want to sit there and say Trump's racist. You want to sit there and say Joe Biden's racist. Either way I see it, I see two white dudes running for office. Both have a history of being racist towards blacks.
Sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that...
I kind of agree with that. I mean, if people got a drug problem, you should offer them rehabilitation instead of, oh, you're going to jail, you piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just some people who need rehabilitation over prison.
That's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you.
Oh, it's getting tense in the political debate.
Look at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. Character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up.
Excuse me.
Please respond,
If
and then we're
this
going to have
stuff
follow-up
is
questions.
true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
All right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody-
Take
President
the
Trump, I
laptop
want to
from
stay
hell.
on the issue
Excuse
of
me,
race. We're
take a
talking
look at
about
the
the issue.
laptop from hell.
President Trump, we're
Nobody.
talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
And I
you've
have to
just...
respond to that.
Please.
Because look,
Very
there
quickly.
are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And
You
that's
gotta be-
exactly what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This is
told.
where he's going. The
All
laptop is Russia,
Yes.
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You
okay?
have to be kidding. Here we
Mr.
go again
President,
with Russia.
We're going to continue
Boy,
on the
boy.
issue of race. Mr. President,
believe
you've
that one.
described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it...
That is fair. if your first glimpse of the movement is the negative side, you're gonna see it as a negative movement. That's not anyone's fault except the people who are going way too extreme with it.
It was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
But what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know.
and by
I mean, I don't know
video?
what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me
Abraham.
ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying,
This motherfucker. You do realize that Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And you want to call Abraham Lincoln a racist president. Man, like I said, you vote for whoever you want to vote for, you know? That's your choice.
saying he's getting rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy has a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a
You know,
follow-up.
you made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
You said
where
you're
did that-
Abraham
No,
Lincoln.
where did that? No.
You said-
I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm
I didn't
saying-
say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
Oh, God.
tens of thousands of black men, mostly, in jail.
All right, let me-
And you know
let me
what?
a- let me
They
ask
remember
Vice
it because
President
if you
Biden
look
a
at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
we treated them
about-
very, very badly.
The-
Just
the-
take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime
Okay.
bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change it since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done, because I think maybe the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drugs. But they were not in the crime bill.
But
Okay,
why
so-
didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a
Your
lot of it
response.
done. We released
get
38,000. We
anything
got
done.
38,000 prisoners left from.
You got
out-
nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running, to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I
Quick
just
response,
asked,
and then we're
I
gonna
just
move
asked
on to
one
climate
question.
change.
Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well, you
Okay.
got to talk them into it, Joe.
All right.
Sometimes you got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I
which
did
is
with criminal
climate
justice
change.
reform. I had
Okay.
to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen,
You did what we
we're running out of
already done.
time, so we got to get on to
Okay.
climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change, climate warming, global warming is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit the limit of emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, you're
They came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan. That his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan,
Nothing
his
to do with
environmental
climate.
plan, you know who developed it? AOC +3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC +3. Look, their real plan cost $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it could be good politically. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. And many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President
It
respond,
is
and we're running out of
crazy.
time, and we have a lot
And
more
you'll
questions to
destroy our
get to.
country.
So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers.
Queens.
$100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan is endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Labor, because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, 45, 50 bucks an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump,
Excuse me.
please
We are
respond, and
energy-
then I have
We
some
are
follow-up.
energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds, it's very intermittent, it's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a
Solar.
scientist said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So
False.
it's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the
All right.
economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right,
Now-
let me
now we
let me
have to
have
ask
let
him
me
about
allow
fracking.
Vice President
I
Biden to
have
respond.
never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on
I-
tape.
I did show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is,
Show
he's
the website.
flat lying.
Would you
Flat-
rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money and doing it. But it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then
Excuse me,
we have.
he was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I
Good.
am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking
You
and
said
or oil
fracking.
on
You didn't say
federal
Let
land.
me ask this
I
final
did-
question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they are making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, or Asian, it's 9 times greater the percentage gain than it was under, in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the two of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it, and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic.
Okay.
We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All
And
right.
everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice
that.
President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that in fact pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turning the windshield over, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do you do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutions, the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final
Would
question.
he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close
it
down the
falls-
oil
By the way, I
industry?
would transition from the oil industry, yes. I would
That's a big
transition.
statement.
It is a big statement,
That's a big
because
statement.
I would stop,
Why would you do that?
because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal, but you
That's a
can't
big
do that.
statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time, and I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas, excuse me, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do
All
give
right.
it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you
Okay.
remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then
Ohio.
I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
Is he
final
gonna get
question
China
for
to
both
do
of
it?
you. No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We have
going to get
move on
China
to
to
our
do it?
final question. We
No,
have to
I'm
move on
going
to
to
our final
rejoin Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right,
That'll
this
cost you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right, I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
And now it's time to hear from you and get your reaction to this final debate of 2020. We're going to put the numbers up on the screen if you want to dial in. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748-8920 if you support President Trump. If you support Vice President Biden.
YouTube. It's it's Friday. Go out there and vote. We do appreciate you tuning in. And like I said, YouTube, go out there and vote. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. Thanks for watching the stream.